All right. Hi, everybody. I was going to call the meeting to order. Uh, I have 9:02. And let's take a moment to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Um, in compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings in accordance to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into a microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the gray button on top of them. They're on when the light is blue. Right. I don't think we have a quorum. So we don't have a quorum for any of the three councils, so we will move on. Let's there's a lot of all right. Okay. Has anyone signed in to speak today? All right. If no one signed in to speak today, that's number 3. All right. There being none, we'll move on to the next agenda item. Number 4 is the executive director's report. Is there an executive director's report?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, all. I am Liz Barlick. I'm the Associate Director of Executive Affairs. I'm here for Grace. She thanks you all for coming. She is at the Association of Metropolitan Planning Organizations Conference this week in Salt Lake City. So that's our big conference. So that's where she is. I am filling in for her. I will be going through her Executive Director's report from our board meeting on September 13th. So bear with me. All right, first up, communications and outreach. Right after our board meeting on the 13th, we had our annual meeting. Danielle and her team did a great job. We had a panel discussing the significance of sports in our region and economic development. It was made up of Jay Crawford, Rachel Stentz-Barr, Buffy Filippelli, Ken Komaransky, and Mayor Brad Sellers. They discussed the regional impact of professional sports on the economy. We had a great crowd. We presented some awards. The Walter F. Arnfeld Award for Regional Contribution went to Grace, and the Frank G. Jackson Leadership Award went to Mayor Annette Blackwell from Maple Heights. Here are just some news headlines that we had over the last quarter. The NOACA board at our June meeting approved some projects in Lorain County, including a repaving for I-90. Our electric vehicle charging projects continue. There was an event in June that Grace attended and delivered remarks on regarding federal funding that is coming to the state of Ohio that will be funding EV charging stations across the state. Grace, on behalf of NOACA, delivered some testimony at the State House in June regarding the requirement for an interchange on I-71. I think you're all familiar with that, but she supports repealing that piece of legislation that requires an interchange at Boston Road. Some CMAQ funding in Wickliffe. The North Marginal Road connector broke ground in August. So that's a greenway trail along North Marginal Road. Some of the funding came from NOACA Carbon Reduction Program funds. So Grace was there for that groundbreaking. Some other projects in Lorraine County, resurfacing of Pile South Amherst Road. And then at the September meeting, the board approved a contract to study I-71 corridor around the Boston Road area. That's going to be a 2-year project that NOACA and ODOT are coordinating with the consultant that was approved at the meeting, HDR. So they'll be studying that area. There's been a couple studies, but this one is really going to take it to a micro level in terms of modeling to develop some options for relieving congestion in the area. And legislative and funding issues, Bev will be going over these in more detail with you later, but just a quick overview. NOAC has been meeting one-on-one with state legislators in regards to the upcoming transportation budget. So far, Grace and Bev and Andrew on our government affairs staff have met with Senator Nikki Antonio, Juanita Brent, Rep. Sharon Ray, Representative Bride Rose Sweeney. We'll be conducting some other meetings. More on the testimony. So there was in June, there was the 4th hearing on House Bill 276 that Grace went to Columbus to testify on, and then we submitted written testimony for a 5th hearing on the companion bill in the Senate, Senate Bill 155, which would repeal the language requiring an interchange at I-71 in Boston Road. The Senate Bill 155 did pass out of the Senate shortly after that and is over on the House side now. I think a lot of you are probably familiar with the large climate pollution reduction grant that was awarded to Cuyahoga County, Cleveland, and the city of Painesville, $129 million award to decommission a coal plant and develop a solar facility. A great award that we were happy to support and happy to enable by writing that priority climate action plan with the city of Cleveland. This is new funding that's available right now that we wanted to make you all aware of. Funding for a clean school bus rebate program. $965 million is available. Applications are due in January. Euclid Schools received an award earlier this year for this program, so we wanted to put it on your radar as an opportunity. Major projects. Phase 1 and phase 2 of our regional EV charging station program continues. This is funded with phase 2 is funded with a $15 million CFI grant. 40 project sites, 7 are installed and operational, 14 are installed and waiting activation. This one I think is from the picture is I think Sims Park in Euclid. And then as I mentioned, we selected a consultant for this I-71 corridor study. Trying to move quickly on that. We received a Government Finance Officers Association Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for our fiscal year 23 annual comprehensive financial report. So we're proud of that. We currently have TLCI implementation program applications are open. So we have $2 million for this fiscal year available. This is for implementation projects only. There was a webinar that was held for interested applicants on September 17th, and you can find that on our website or our YouTube page if you want to watch the recording. Applications are due October 9th. We're still working on the household travel survey. We sent out 550,000 surveys at the beginning of the year. We didn't quite reach our goal of 1%. So we've sent out more in August and this month and hoping to get to that number. I wanted to make you aware of our Street Supplies program. This is a program where NOACA has a library of items for safety and traffic calming and streetscaping that any member community can borrow. In fact, the city of Cleveland is using some for their temporary closure of West 29th right now. These are some other projects we completed in June was Cleveland Heights speed bumps. And we participate in the City of Cleveland, Greater Cleveland Partnership Lakefront Future Forum. Our Broadfield Revolving Loan Fund received additional funding of $1 million in May. We have so far approved, the board has approved 3 loans from this program. The next Brownfield Steering Committee is meeting on October 18th, and they've received 3 applications that they'll be reviewing for funding. Engagements, as always, Grace and our team are very involved in attending various conferences. We hosted the Ohio Conference on Fright here in August. The ODOT hosted the Ohio Maritime Plan Stakeholder Input Forum here in August. We were at the North Marginal Lakefront Connector groundbreaking. The Cuyahoga Soil and Water Conservation Cruise. And upcoming, our latest Go Ohio Commute Challenge is the Lake Erie Go Carbon Free Challenge. You can laugh at that. So that's our challenge for October. And that's all I have. Our next meeting is December.
Thank you. So do any of the chairs have a report of any of the teams? I don't think so. I don't. As the Rural Advisory Council chair. All right, I move on to number 5, action items. There's no action items for this meeting. And then moving on to item number 6, presentation and discussion items. The first is a long-range plan update, ENEO 2050, a public engagement overview by Danielle Render.
Good morning to the chair, council, and Director Barlick. Just want to give you an update on where we are with our long-range plan, ENEO 2050. So in June of 2021, our board of directors adopted the ENEO 2050 plan, an equitable plan for Northeast Ohio. And this plan always focuses on our regional transportation networks, our infrastructure investments, and our region's economic growth and competitiveness. And so every 4 years, the plan is updated. And so we are doing that right now. So this presentation identifies the areas that are proposed for the long-range plan updates and some of the overall public involvement strategies. So engaging the community is always on the forefront of what we do with the public involvement. And so our campaign in 2021 is why the future of Northeast Ohio should matter to you. We would like to still carry that campaign, but we're adding the plus to the ENEO 2050. It's always been our interest to engage the public and our stakeholders to get feedback in regards to the plan. And we had over 3,200 active participants in 2021, and we had over 7,000 subscribers to our digital platform, and we had 122 meetings. And so we would still like to carry all of our planning activities to reach those goals. Since then, because we continuously talk about the long-range plan, we have over 10,000 subscribers right now, and we would like to keep that momentum going and getting more active participants for the feedback for everything that we do in the plan. So when we talk about the proposed focus areas for the scenario planning, that will be updated in this plan, as well as there's 8. As well as the 2050 population projection, highway congestions, daily transit ridership, the sidewalk network and stop analysis, the household travel survey, the technology such as the EV charging, installation, and major project investments. And as I mentioned, there's 8 focus areas that we have. Our planners and engineers are currently working on those updates. And so when they're ready for public consumption, we'll start seeing and start introducing a lot of our engagement activities. So the engagement overview, this is the model that we used before that was very effective, that we would have a kickoff media event in regards to it. We'll hold visioning events within each county and conduct in-person and virtual workshops and meetings. And we'll start getting to the alternative analysis and analyze the system scenarios and get concepts and stakeholder feedback. And then we'll go into the draft preliminary plan to get additional feedback until we have a draft plan that is ready. We are looking for next June of 2025 to complete the plan to be reviewed and adopted by our board of directors. So when we talk about public involvement, we have many approaches. And one of the things that's been successful for us is our content mapping. And I always like to talk about taking our audience on a journey. So we create content that engages feedback. So everything that we create, we try to have some action where there's some ways that you could talk to us to allow all of our audience to give input. And we're creating, because we have 8 focus areas, so there'll be 8 campaigns. So we'll have strategic marketing around that and creating additional targeted audience segmentations on specific areas of focus, because we want a diverse and equitable feedback on everything that is introduced. And so again, public awareness. A lot of people don't know much about NOACA. So within everything that we put out, we want to make sure that we create activities and approaches that they're still learning about the work that we do. And this is what we call the people's plan with a long range plan. So we want to update all of our audiences and the public about every process with clear messaging and making it very inclusive. So we'll do that through communications and marketing, cross-promotion and coordinating with our stakeholders like yourself, e-blast announcements, traditional social media, and paid advertisements. We've done very well for our fiscal year 2024 and going into 25, where we've worked with our local media more. We've had billboards. We're going to start introducing radio ads shortly. And so it's all across marketing appeal. And that would happen with a lot of the materials that we would have at meetings, the collateral materials from fact sheets, postcards, brochures, and other emailers that will go out, surveys and comment cards, and just promotional materials on how to stay informed and active in the process. We also have our eNeal 2050 website that's being updated to reflect these changes. We've also used what we call NOACA Live, and this is an interactive community forum. We had over 600 active participants during the long range plan, but we also continue with it when we were doing the climate action planning. So we're going to start introducing new material and different promotional items to get people involved in the conversations for the new focus areas that we are proposing. We also have used interactive kiosks. We have a library of information with videos that are placed on these kiosks, as well as surveys, and they're placed in local libraries. So we have this traveling kiosk that has done very well for us. And we have 18 libraries that have participated, and we have 24 that will be participating this year for the long range plan. We'll also introduce a lunch and learns and 5 podcasts, the NOACA report. Our podcast is usually surrounds a certain planning effort that needs a lot of community feedback. And so the community action or the climate action planning has been one, but the long range planning that we did in 2021, we had 12 podcasts. So we'll introduce 5 more in regards to the new proposed work that we're going to do. And this is the end. So this is just really just to give you a glimpse of some of the things that we're going to do. Creating our overall messages to inspire engagement is always on the forefront of what we want to do, to tell our story and also expand our reach. The long range plan is what we're talking about, but we have so many other programs and projects that are here. So we're hoping that as we're telling our story, that we could start introducing more of the work that we do here at NOACA. Any questions? Yes, Denise.
Hi, this is Denise from Medina. I just had one quick question. I'm not sure if this is the right section or not to ask it. I was just wondering, with the future EV charging station programs, are those going to be for fast charging stations or? So I know one of our concerns with the current program is that they were, 6 to 8 hours of charging. And so I was just wondering if the new programs coming forward are going to be for the fast charging.
I could not answer that.
Okay,
for
I
you.
didn't mean to put you on the spot. I
No,
just
that-
wasn't
that's
sure.
fine. I
can
could not
give you
answer that
a-
for you, but those are some of those focus areas that we'll be talking about. But I could find out that information if it's available and send that to you.
Denise, very briefly, at least for our phase two, it's a combination depending on the cost because the community has to put forth a 20% match. So obviously the fast chargers are more expensive. So I think a lot of them are doing combined, like level 2 and fast charge 2 and 2. There has to be either 2 or 4 based on how the units are, but
Okay.
it's both.
So the upcoming program, there's a 20% match from the community, no matter what they do, or just for the fast charging?
No matter what.
No matter what. Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Danielle. The next presentation we have is the Government Affairs Update by Bev Bertzloff.
Good morning to the chair, to the councils. Nice to see you all this morning. I'm going to give a brief update on our government affairs program, what we've been working on in the last 3 months since we've seen you last. And then I want to sort of have a conversation and get your input on updating our legislative agenda. So there's no action required. This is, and there's no previous action on the side, and this is information. Now, normally what I do is I kind of walk through the legislative agenda in the beginning to kind of remind everybody what's in there, what we're focused on, but I'm going to flip my order today, and I'm going to first talk about what we've been working on, then go back to the legislative agenda, talk about some potential updates for the 2025 agenda. And so I want you all to be thinking about what you think needs to be added or changed as we move forward. So I'm going to start with on the federal side. So really not much has happened in the last 3 months at either the federal or the state levels. The legislatures have not been especially active on policy. It's a political year, it's an election year, so that tends to happen. But so we've been mostly focused on funding and grants for the region, and there's plenty of work to do in that area. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what we've been doing in that regard. We are continuing to develop a one-stop webpage that we hope will help communities in our region better to be more able to find available funding for projects they're interested in. So that is still in progress. We are continuing to administer our IIJA strategy to ensure that the region's highest priorities are applying for funds that are available through the infrastructure, the bipartisan infrastructure law. And we are continuing to support projects throughout the region with letters of support and also with our advocacy at various levels of government. So when communities apply for projects, We work with them. We give them that MPO letter of support. We communicate with elected officials to make sure that we're, giving it as much support as possible. Lots of applications have gone in over the last 3 months, and we've gotten some awards. I'll talk about those in a minute. A couple very important grant applications are going in before the end of the month here for the Reconnecting Communities Grant Program. So the city of Cleveland is submitting an application for the North Coast Connector, and we're supporting that. That's really our region's top priority, and that's a capital construction application. So they're seeking funding for construction. On the planning side of Reconnecting Communities, NOACA is working with Metro Parks and ODOT to submit an application to kind of reconfigure I-90 on the east side of the city. It's called the I-90 Ramp Modifications and Neighborhood Access Grant. Basically, it's looking at how to make some of the east side neighborhoods better connected to Lake Erie. So that will be going in either today or early next week. Just mention some recent funding awards that have come in the last 3 months since you last met. RTA had a great an award from Federal Transit Administration for EV buses and infrastructure. There were 2 safety grants awarded, one to Lorain County and one to the Cuyahoga County Planning Commission through the Safe Streets for All grant program. The city of Lorain and Cleveland Metro Parks both won RAISE grants. That's one of the traditional grant programs. And several grants came through for airports in the region through the FAA. In addition to that, there have been other awards that were sort of non-DOT through US EPA and the Economic Development Administration and others. The big one that was mentioned earlier in the executive director report was $129 million that went to Cuyahoga County, Lorain County, and the city of Cleveland through the US EPA's Climate Pollution Reduction Grant Program, a grant entitled Municipal Empowerment for Clean Energy and Conservation. It's one of the biggest awards we've seen in a long time in our region, so that one was very exciting. And that award was predicated on a lot of the work that we've done here at NOACA to develop a climate action plan. So without our priority climate action plan, that grant would not have been possible. So we're excited to have been able to help with that. Team NEO won an award for an Arizona Economic Catalyst Plan through the Economic Development Administration. And then, of course, I think this was mentioned earlier as well, Vibrant NEO and NOACA have worked together to get more funding for our Brownfield Revolving Loan Fund. So we received an additional 1 million on top of the 1 million we had previously received. So now I'm going to turn to talking about some work we've done at the state level with the state legislature. Again, not a lot of action has been going on down in Columbus in the legislature. They are, out of session until they'll have a lame duck after the elections. But in the meantime, we've decided to use this time to try to get a head start on the transportation budget that will be coming up early next year. Every 2 years, there's a biennial transportation budget that must be introduced by the governor and approved by the legislature in the first few months of odd-numbered years. So that will be happening in early 2025. And this allocates transportation dollars throughout Ohio. And it often includes policy riders and priorities as well. So we decided to use this slow time while a lot of the legislators are up here in their districts as opposed to down in Columbus, meeting with them, having these one-on-one meetings, talking about what our priorities are in the next transportation budget. And those have gone really well. Here are some of the meetings we've had so far. We just met with Senator Matt Dolan last week, He's not coming back to the legislature, but he was able to give us some great advice. So these meetings have all been very helpful, and we've gone through what our priorities are for the budget and also for some policy issues. And we have more coming up. So in terms of the budget, some of the items that we've been discussing with our legislators have been the following. We always support increased transit funding. Ohio still ranks far too low among states for per capita transit funding. We used to be, I think, number 45 until a couple of years ago among 50 states. So we were at the very bottom. I think we've moved up now to maybe number 31 or somewhere along those lines. But so we've made progress, but there's still a long way to go. We also continue to ask legislators to come up with more of a long-term transportation, a source of transportation funding to keep looking at what's going to happen as the gas tax becomes less and less relevant. As we buy more fuel efficient cars and more people convert to electric vehicles, gas tax will not be able to pay for our roads and bridges any longer. So we discussed that issue, and we also continue to discuss funding equity for our region. Our analysis continues to show that our region does not get back an equitable share of what we pay into the pot. We all pay gas taxes at the pump, and it all goes down to Columbus. But then the formulas they use to send that money back to communities and regions, it skews against our region. So we continue to talk about that with our legislators. Some other items that are not so much budget related, but just policy issues that we discuss with our legislators. We've talked about the interchange issue. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. That was touched on also in the executive director report. We talk about passenger rail, asking our legislators to sort of make sure the state follows through on some study dollars that the state received to look at a couple different passenger rail potential routes in Ohio that would touch on Cleveland. The state of Ohio applied and received funding through the federal government to study two routes. One is Cleveland to Toledo to Detroit, and the other is Cleveland down to Columbus, Dayton, and Cincinnati. So we remind our legislators that these projects are important and that we hope the state will follow through with these studies and move forward if warranted. We also discuss employee mobility with our legislators. There are proposals in the State House. There's a bill, House Bill 340, that would make funding available for employers who are having trouble getting their employees to the work site. We think that's great. Unfortunately, the bill limits that funding to small counties with less than 50,000 residents. None of the 5 counties in our region would qualify. So, our position is that every county has issues with workforce mobility, and we would like to see that expand into all counties. We talked to them about brownfield funding. House Bill 519, introduced by State Rep. Bride Rose Sweeney, would reestablish something called the Clean Ohio Revitalization Fund that existed in the past, was phased out, and she has introduced a bill to reestablish this fund. It would provide a long-term source of funding for brownfields in Ohio, and we think that's really important, especially to this region. We talked to them about supporting clean air and clean water funding, which is important to our region. Economic development. We remind our legislators that NOACA now has this comprehensive economic development strategy, that we're coordinating economic development in the region. So that's a big point of discussion. And then the last thing is transportation safety. We've had some really in-depth talks about that, and I'll talk more about that in a second here. Again, going back to the interchange issue, we remain very active in efforts to overturn language that was in the last transportation budget enacted almost 2 years ago. that essentially effectively requires an interchange at one particular location in Ohio. It established a formula, but that formula only applied to one location, and that is between Medina and Cuyahoga counties at Boston Road. And Medina County and the city of Brunswick are opposed to having an interchange at that location. NOACA's position all along has been, we're not taking a position on whether or not that interchange should be built, but we're opposed to the process being subverted. We would like to see the process, which is established in federal law and regulation, followed, and for a new or modified interchange on the interchange system on a federal highway, there's a process that must be followed. And that process was basically bypassed when language was put in that last transportation budget. So we've supported overturning that so that the MPO, NOACA, can have the discussions and so our board can make a decision and make a recommendation as to whether or not that interchange should happen or not. So we supported, there was a bill in the House and a bill in the Senate to overturn the interchange requirement. The Senate bill, SB 155, was amended to add a requirement that there be a new study to look at the congestion issues in the around the Strongsville area. And so that bill actually was moved out of committee and adopted by the full Senate. So, and the good news is the study that the bill requires, we're already doing. So our board at its September meeting hired a consultant to conduct this 2-year study. So we remain very active on that issue. I want to talk a little bit about our work on the issue of safe streets. That's become a bigger issue for us here at NOACA. We have started participating in a statewide initiative, Ohioans for Safe Streets, engaging with a number of partners who have, it's really a grassroots initiative that's kind of been led by Angie Schmidt, who's a local planner and consultant who does a lot of work in the safety area. And she's put together a statewide organization. We've gone down to Columbus with her and some of these other partners to talk to state legislators about the need to do more to address safety on our streets. Everyone recognizes that since the pandemic, there's been an increase in the number of traffic issues and involving especially pedestrians and bicyclists. And so one of the things that this group is advocating for is some flexibility in the state law so that state routes that pass through municipalities wouldn't automatically be assigned a 35-mile-per-hour speed limit, that there would be some flexibility from maybe 25 to 35 miles per hour so that the communities, the mayors, the city council could have a little more say on what those speed limits are, looking at the context, looking at the situation at hand, whether or not there's schools or, parks nearby. So maybe not every state route going through a community, maybe 35 miles per hour is not the safe speed limit. Maybe that's not warranted. So we're looking at developing legislation that would provide that flexibility. And in fact, something that we used to hold every year in the past for all the mayors and elected officials in our region called NOACA Transportation Day. We halted that during COVID, and it hadn't come back, but we're bringing it back this year. We're holding it on December 3rd, and we're inviting all mayors and county officials to come in, and the focus is going to be on transportation safety. We've heard from a lot of mayors on our board that that's a big issue for them. They're the ones that they get the phone calls, they get the complaints when cars are going too fast, when kids get hurt. So So again, the short-term goals of this coalition, we're supporting a bill by Rep. Skindle, House Bill 490, a World Day of Remembrance for road traffic victims. And then we want to work with ODOT and others to develop a proposal that would give local communities just a little more control over safe street design and speed limits. So now I'm going to turn to legislative agenda. So you've seen this many times. This is the current version. This is the 2024 version. Hadn't been updated very much in a few years. And as you know, recently NOACA has updated its logo and branding. So we turned it over to our wonderful people in public affairs and asked them to give it a facelift, which they did. So this is the new look for our legislative agenda for 2025 from a branding standpoint. This is what it looks like on the inside. It's like a 4-page document. And the current version versus the style update. I think it's a lot cleaner. It's a lot more modern. But feel free, I'll open this up to discussion in a minute and love to hear your comments. Again, we published something called Initiatives for Action. Now, this document accompanies the legislative agenda, but it doesn't require board approval. This is something that we can update throughout the year that just kind of gives specifics on how we intend to put the agenda into action. But that's the current version, and this is the style update. Again, I think it looks a lot cleaner. So I'm going to talk a little bit now about updating the content and we're just going to talk about the legislative agenda today. And we're mostly going to talk about the state side, because on the federal side, I think we have plenty of time to update our federal legislative agenda priorities, because I don't think a lot's going to happen in the next year or two. I think we're starting to talk about the next reauthorization bill. So beyond the IIJA, that 5 years will be over soon. And Congress is just starting to think about what life after IIJA will look like. So we're starting to talk about that with our national organizations, AMPO, NARC. I'm involved in policy discussions about some issues some things that we want to think about for the next reauthorization. A lot of people feel like the local match for all these funding programs is too high. It leaves out a lot of communities that can't afford that 20% match to draw down those federal dollars. Another thing that we've talked about is there are so many discretionary grant programs in the IIJA. It established dozens of new programs. And is that the best way to dole out those dollars? It's been difficult. Those applications are very hard to put together. You need consultants sometimes. A lot of small communities cannot write those grant applications. They just don't have the resources. You know, we find them difficult here. There's been a lot of talk about, should we not reduce the amount of money going out to communities, but maybe change the way it's distributed. We give more money to MPOs, for example, and to the states. And here at NOACA, we have all kinds of projects in our long-range plan that we would love to be able to fund. So should MPOs have more flexibility to take those dollars and then look at what's in the long-range plan that our board has approved? These are projects that have been vetted and gone through the process. Should that be the way these funds are allocated? So those are all questions coming up. And I think we have a year or two to kind of talk about what our position is on some of those ideas. But I think right now is a good time to talk about how we might want to update our legislative agenda for the state priorities, given that we are going into a transportation budget year. So some of the things that I'd like to get your input on, should we add a new priority? There are only 2 priorities on the state side. I'll pull it up in a minute. Should we add one for safety? Should that stand out as a priority? How about for environmental stewardship, air, water, climate pollution? And then the third idea that we've had here at NOACA was, should we either add a priority or just reference economic development? That could sort of be woven into some of the. So here's what we have right now. I don't know if you can read that. But the 2 priorities for the state are improve the region's rate of return from state allocated funds to meet regional asset management needs, and advocate for the inclusion of multimodal transportation within state programs and funding. And there we talk about transit. I think we can also add something in there about passenger rail and other multimodal modes of transportation. So this is where I really want to open it up and see if any of you have any thoughts on this. What do you think should be? On the federal side, we have 3 priorities. On the state side, we only have 2. We have room for another one. Whatever, you all discuss, I'll take that next month. In October, our External Affairs Committee meets, and I will carry forward any discussion, and that'll be reported out to the committee. But I'm looking for your input then to take that to External Affairs Committee next month. And then based on what they decide, that'll go to the full board, and we could potentially update our legislative agenda at the December board meeting for 2025. So I'm going to stop talking and ask if any of you think that, I don't know, which priorities here do you think we should be focusing on? No. Okay. On the federal side, pull up my document here. On the federal side, one is to strengthen programs, promote asset management as a funding priority. And so, protecting what we have and improving what we have as opposed to adding more capacity to the system. And number 3 is incorporate safety, sustainability, and multimodalism in planning and funding.
So it sounds like number 3 is a catch-all from
On the federal side,
because it had components to all 3, all
Right.
5 things that you're talking about.
right? And potentially we could do something like that on the state side.
I'm just wondering if NOACA is a stakeholder in improving the electric grid, because we're seeing a lot of initiatives that are no longer relying on our typical energy resources. Is that something that NOACA can be a stakeholder in terms of a priority, or I don't know. I'm just asking the question.
I would say that there's a couple ways we can get at that indirectly. In terms of our role in economic development now, I think that making sure that there's an adequate power supply and power grid is important to that. I would also say that as we promote electric vehicles, yes, I think that that's something that we will, be looking at more closely. Absolutely.
It seems like, among the 3, and especially coming from ODOT, where we focus on this a lot, but safety seems to be something that nearly everyone can agree on as a need and as a high priority from what we've heard. Every community that we've gone out to, our cities, our rural areas, everyone wants safer roads, safer for cars, for people, pedestrians, bicyclists, buggies, in a couple of our counties. So I don't know, that's kind of, I think that'd be an easy one to get everyone to agree on. And at the state level, it's a big priority for the governor as well. So you probably get some success there.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with everything you've said. We do hear about safety a lot from our communities, from our mayors, and like you said, there seems to be widespread support. Certainly, it's a priority of this governor. And, we appreciate ODOT's safety initiatives. They seem to be making a difference. I've already seen that, distracted driving incidents have gone down since enactment of the the hands-free law. So I think there are concrete things that can be done that will actually make a difference. So thank you for that.
Yeah, sure thing. Also, Kevin had something that he wanted to say before. So it is just before we leave this and move and adjourn the meeting, I want to make sure Kevin had a chance to speak.
So you had talked about the electric vehicles and the gas tax, the reduction of the gas tax. Well, I bought my first electric vehicle in March, but I remember that there was an additional tax put on, I think a couple of different taxes, but one of them, I believe, was when I got the license plates that was on that. And so I don't know how that equated, if it was a certain amount on the vehicle, if it was a flat tax, or if that's something that's going to be expanding. With that tax that was on my electric vehicle, is they even said that that was to offset the cost of the gas tax, but I don't know if that is going to equate to it, if that's just going to knock on the door. I don't know if you can have any more information on that, though. Thank you.
Thank you for raising that. That has been a big issue. We've heard that from a lot of EV owners. There's a feeling, and I think they've done the math, that the EV registration fee is more than what you would pay, the typical driver would pay in gas taxes. So there may be some inequity there. That's something that we have talked to our legislators about. And we think that needs to be looked at. Eventually, hopefully, a move to maybe some other another form of revenue would sort of even that out someday. But until then, I think that, we need to look at the equity of that registration fee.
I would agree. I think it's just, an understanding how they came up with it, because when I asked the question, is this calculated on some average driver in Ohio? How it calculated that fee, and it was just deer in headlight kind of reaction. So.
Yeah, thank you. And that is something we have talked about at these meetings with our legislators. So thank you for bringing that up.
Sorry, Lou, do you have something to say?
Just to remind everybody, the inequity is not only about this part only. The inequity, if you really want to look at it, pedestrian safety has not been equitable. So I really support our safe street initiative. However, losing avenues will be really bad because state does not want to come up with designated funding for public transit. So maybe we can try to use that as a leverage to encourage Ohio State House to really think about this part, so we can get more than two birds with one stone. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. We will definitely continue our push, and we work with RTA and the other transit systems here in our region to push for more equitable funding for transit, as well as bicycle and pedestrian transportation.
Yeah, just to add to a couple of points. So the electric vehicle fee, or the renewable energy fee that they charge for electric vehicles and hybrids too, is actually in excess of what it would. It's not replacing the gas tax for those vehicles. It's actually more of a penalty for buying a hybrid or electric vehicle. So it's something that definitely needs to be addressed if we are going to keep up with the rest of the country with the electric vehicle deployment. What I see with economic development, I think that's very important to the state. I think what I would like to see is like, some formula that allocates investment best based upon what the return on investment would be in economic development. So not just building a road or spending $2 billion on basically widening a road. What are we getting? What economic benefit is going to be seen by the region from doing these projects versus doing a smaller project that has more bang for the buck? So something that actually puts metrics into the context of what we're spending our money on.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think that's a great proposal. Yeah, that's something that, maybe we could either work that into as an advocacy point through this agenda or through those initiatives that we develop to put the agenda into action. That's where we get into specifics like what you're talking about.
Opportunity corridors. You know, we spent there, all that money was spent on making the opportunity corridor, but it's such a long-term mindset for that. ROI on that as years go by. I guess I think it's a great idea. I just don't know how we actually get hard numbers on it.
This is a great question. So every transit project has to go through this process of, you're going to receive a grant from the federal government. The federal government wants to know what is the return on this investment. Those kind of calculations are measured out in 15 years or so. We don't really do that for roads. And so if you really want to think about what has the greatest return on investment, that's preserving the existing infrastructure. That is by far the best bang for the buck, because it's much cheaper to preserve what you got than to build all new stuff. And so when we have, whimsical ideas of doing massive things, we really should be looking at how much we're going to get out of it. And there are tons of metrics. FTA has them. It's just those aren't really applied to projects, road projects or highway projects.
Can I add to that? I think the other thing that should be a part of that conversation is especially for if we do add capacity anywhere, the financial impact for the municipality or county where we're doing that. Because, for example, if that interchange in Boston Road gets built, Brunswick and Medina County are going to have long-term liabilities that they don't have right now. And so I think when we do these projects, I agree with Marvin wholeheartedly that we should look at the return on investment on that. And we should look at the liabilities that we're laying out for municipalities and counties and for NOACA going forward. Because when we talk about economic development, a project, a ribbon cutting, a level of investment doesn't necessarily measure the actual return, nor the actual long-term cost and liabilities that we're creating for some of those projects. And I think that needs to be a part of it, because I think when we talk about, actually it ties back into some improvements on the electric grid don't happen because the state and counties and regions are so strapped financially. And some of the reason that they're strapped financially is we don't think about impacts of the things we're doing now. If some places had to put up less to maintain their road network, because if we had looked at that 50 years ago and looked at the liabilities that we were going to saddle with them with at that point, they might have more money to invest in electrical grid, something like that. I think that needs to be a part of it if economic development is going to be on this agenda.
Also, I would like to add another aspect to support my agreement to Marvin's information statement. The part of the issue also is state of Ohio still goes with lots of outdated formula to do certain calculations. So EV is something new. We want to maintain the electrical grid is a new idea due to the new invention or the ideas we have. But if they do not really update their formulas to calculate their revenue on the tax, the formula for how they distribute the budget, all of those things, lots of things will come out, not really fully benefit all Ohio's. It will create inequities very easily. And that was the reason why I mentioned earlier, talking about the inequity. It's not just racial or rural urban. It's because the way they do any plannings, they are not really look at old information comparing to the new reality. So if they don't update these old formulas, we will not really get a proper results. Thank you.
Thank you again. I have two comments. Marvin, I'm disappointed about the penalty that you had mentioned, and maybe hopefully in all our respective communities and here at Nowak, we kind of keep our ears in tune if there's further changes, if there's going to be more penalties or something like that. But that's unfortunate. The second comment then is just the long-term return on investment. That's usually measured a long term on, especially on bigger projects. If you all remember the BRT that was done along Euclid Avenue in 2008, and it was completed. I mean, there was just a lot of abandonment on Euclid Avenue. They could have shot a cannon, not hit anybody that walked the streets there, going all the way to basically Cleveland Clinic. But if you look at 15 years later now, of what has been done along Euclid Avenue that really catapulted, over there on East 4th. All those vacant buildings that were downtown going across 9th Street, the money that was leveraged from Cleveland State that they invested over there with their campus plan on Euclid Avenue. Midtown, not much was going on in Midtown and the investments that were made there, and then all the way additional investments on Cleveland Clinic. So that BRT did have some significant long-term investments, that you calculate years later. But I do agree with you. Sometimes, yes, when the project's done, you don't have the matrix or the investment on it, but it does take some time if they are successful projects like the BRT was. So that's just a comment on that.
Yeah, thank you. Those are all really good comments. And I think it's kind of giving me some direction. I agree with, the need for some, to look closer at return on investment, but I also agree that sometimes it's a long-term proposition. So we have to figure out, how do we account for that? But all really good points. I think I'm hearing that safety is important. I'm hearing that economic development should be incorporated into some of these priorities. Any thoughts on, environmental protection, clean air, clean water, climate pollution? We don't specifically call those out in our state priorities, but it's something that we do talk to our legislators about a lot, and they do kind of tie into some of these other priorities. Obviously, encouraging multimodal transportation is, helps with our environmental goals. So any thoughts on?
Yeah, for that, Bev, I mean, we kind of understand, like from a safety standpoint, like what that would look like, supporting like, changes in speed zone setting and other things like that. What would, from a transportation planning standpoint, some kind of environmental initiative look like? What form would that take? So I think is it just focused on more funds for transit or multimodal, more brownfield? Like what exactly does that mean in a like a legislative agenda statement?
Yeah, I mean, I think it definitely ties most closely into our, our priority of encouraging multimodal transportation. But, there are other ways that can be addressed through transportation materials and making those cleaner. There are a lot of advances happening throughout the country now on improving the materials we use when we build roads and bridges and trails. So there's a number of ways you could tie that in. But clearly, reducing vehicle miles traveled will improve our air quality in this region. We don't currently meet the EPA standard under the Clean Air Act, and we all have to go get our cars e-checked, which none of us enjoy. After your car's, I think, a few years old. So, so those are some issues that, so we would love to see cleaner air here in Northeast Ohio, We have less factory emissions than we had back in the day, but we still, it's the amount of, it's the automobile emissions that are still holding us back in part. So, we would love to be in compliance with the Clean Air Act.
That's great.
What it sounds like to me maybe is, and what this might look like maybe in the legislative agenda is looking at projects more holistically, like an incorporation of ESG principles.
Right.
To really cover all those bases and encouraging that, at the state level.
Right. And in terms of the legislative agenda, we want to keep it somewhat general. We don't want to get too specific. We want it to be sort of a living, breathing document that, can provide guidance on various legislative proposals that may come out of the legislature. So I think what you're saying makes sense to sort of, I think we can tweak some of these priorities, maybe add a priority, but tweak them in ways that will still be general enough, but get at some of these issues that aren't being addressed currently. And then with that separate document that we produce, the implementation document, initiatives for action, we can get into more of these specifics that we're talking about. But I still think it's time for a little update on our priorities here. So that's why I wanted to get your thoughts this morning. It's been really helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. That was a good discussion. Thank you, Bev. Moving on down the agenda to reports and updates. Are there any reports or updates? I have one thing. In case anyone's interested, it's Tuesday and Wednesday, I think 8th and 9th is the OTEC, the Ohio Transportation Engineering Conference. If you are in the transportation field and you have the time to attend a conference, I think about 5,000 folks go, a lot of engineers, planners, environmental specialists from all around the country. There's it's at the Columbus Convention Center. Registration's open now. I've been there almost every year since 2008, and there's some really great topics touching on a lot of things we talked about today, a lot of safety planning, speed. There's a couple sessions on speed zone targeting. There's one on low carbon concrete. So there's just a lot of things we talk about are topics at that conference. And that's kind of that's ODOT's big conference of the year. And it's really well attended. So if anyone's interested, you got the time, registration's open now. Let's see. Is there any number 8 old business? Is there any old business? If not, number 9, is there any new business? Okay. If there's no new business, so since we don't have a quorum, I'm not going to make a motion to adjourn. But I suppose, can I declare the meeting adjourned? All right. The meeting's adjourned. Thank you all for coming.
Okay, I'd like to call the meeting to order for the Emerging Leaders Advisory Council. Let us take a moment to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, thank you. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media have been notified. NOAC conducts this meeting according to the Roberts Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any, well, we're not going to be voting, so I don't really need to read that. According to absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into a microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the gray button on the top of them. They are on when the light is blue. Okay, so meeting minutes, we're not going to make any corrections because we can't really vote since we don't have quorum. Are there any public comments on the agenda item? Thank you. So no one signed in to speak today. Okay, so we're good. All right, and then is there an executive director's report?
No, just you heard me all say Grace can't be here. She's at her conference. So, but thank you all for being here.
And there are no action items for this meeting. And then I understand we have presentation, discussion items. Do we have any future action items? It looks like there is none. In terms of information, discussion on business, community, and rural advisory council's agenda items. So long range plan update. I thought we had a pretty good discussion.
Antoine, is there anything for you to add from Danielle's presentation earlier?
Thanks. Somebody's got some bubble wrap. Awesome. So there's no discussion items or nothing to discuss? All right. Are there any questions about the proposed scenario, updates, or suggestions to increase public engagements with your respective audiences?
I'm sorry, I wanted to add this earlier, but no, they're not here. But the question I have is how much engagement or partnership with cities or just local municipalities has NOACA done? Or is that something that you all do routinely?
Antoine?
Danielle couldn't stay for this part of the meeting. She had another commitment. I mean, I know that our public engagement, you know, that we do interface with a lot of the cities and communities. She would have to give details on how we do that. So I'm sorry that she's not here for this part of the conversation, but did you have a specific concern?
No, that was it. I missed my opportunity earlier, so just wanted to see if I had another. Thank you.
We definitely reach out a lot to our mayors and county elected officials on our board, and then more broadly, all the mayors in our region. So
We have another slide for discussion or? Has NOACA conveyed pertinent strategies and approaches in the 2024 legislative agenda proposed action items? Are there any other opportunities for NOACA to accomplish its legislative strategies? I think you do a good job, so no.
Yeah, I think what you guys talked about was very interesting. One of the best ones that I've been to, talking about, you know, outlining where things are gonna go. I did have a question about the one grant that you're pursuing to reconnect communities over on. Can you talk like about that one a little bit?
yeah, I can speak generally. We haven't submitted the application yet. It's due next Tuesday, but
Okay.
we've worked closely with Metro Parks and with ODOT to develop this application.
Where specifically?
So it's the stretch of 90 from like sort of Dead Man's Curve, a couple miles east. And as you may know, Metro Parks is working on their Cheers project that would be, you know, adding fill and recreation area north out on the lake. And there have been some other investments recently in that area, Mandel Foundation, Gordon Park and such. So the idea behind this application is that a lot of, you know, when they built I-90 on the east side, it really did disconnect a lot of east side neighborhoods from access to Lake Erie. I mean, Lake Erie is our greatest asset. It's, you know, we all recognize that. We all talk about that, but a lot of people live there, barely ever get to the lake, and there's this huge highway and railroad tracks cutting them off. So the idea is to do a planning study, look at how can we perhaps make some infrastructure, you know, improvements that would allow those neighborhoods more access to their lake.
Would relocating I-90 against the railroad tracks be part of that study?
I think we're looking more at, can we remove some of the ramps?
Okay.
There are a lot of ramps in a short space that take up a lot of space that could be used for recreational access.
Okay.
So I think the idea is to look at to see how we could maybe shrink that footprint just a little bit. Not so much relocating the shoreway, but how can we make it easier for people to access the lake in other ways? So maybe we don't need every ramp that's currently there. ODOT has agreed that it's worth taking a look at. And so they've collaborated with us. Metro Parks definitely wants to see what we can do in that area. It's an often overlooked part of the city that just, you know, doesn't have the opportunities to enjoy their lakefront and that they should have. So we think it's from a standpoint of equity that it makes a lot of sense. We think it meets a lot of the administration's goals. So it's again, we're just applying for planning funding, and then we're supporting the city's application for construction funding or their lake, their connector.
Yes, has NOACA taken any role in the potential closing of Burke Lakefront Airport
I don't believe so, not that I'm aware of. I don't know that.
transportation?
Yeah,
know.
I don't know that we have, you know, these conversations have really just come to the forefront in the last couple weeks with the mayor releasing these new studies. So I'm sure it's something that, you know, NOACA will take a look at, but I think we haven't officially- I know of.
That's all. So
Wow. Okay, next meeting Friday, December 6th, 11 to 12.
did you all want to spend any more time on the updating the legislative agenda idea about how to change those priorities or?
You guys have anything?
You have enough to kind of build
Yeah.
on?
Yeah, no, that was a great discussion. Definitely, the things that rose to the top were safety, economic development. And I think that those are really, I think there's a way to, I think those all work together. And so, I think our challenge now is to do a little wordsmith about how we can perhaps add another priority on the state side that ties some of that together. I think, you know, and I think economic development maybe can be woven into through all of those priorities. I mean, that's always front and center here. I want to think is what is the economic development jobs, lifting up this region. So, but I definitely got a lot of strong support on the safety issue. I think we're hearing that universally anymore. And we go out and talk to groups, what's important here, safety. And I mean,
Yeah, especially with all the electric scooters. are problematic because they're not really good ready, some of them, especially at night.
Yeah, we need to make sure that the built environment stays, you know, these new forms of transportation. That, and that safety is always first and foremost when we look at infrastructure. Um, And, you know, for a long time, that wasn't the case. Country, but I think people are starting to recognize that you can build safety into projects. And you can make sure that projects incorporate safety elements from the beginning, from the planning stage. So that's, you know, one of the things that we want to focus on.
So my question earlier was in regard to what the federal standpoint was, so then the state, we would then mimic it. And so like, you know, if we have three things, what were they? And then that way it could be at the federal level, and then similarly, if, and I didn't know what they were, so like our, do we have completely opposite like a mind, like, you know, approach, but it seems very similar.
Yeah, no,
Just
I
with-
mean, I think what we advocate for at the federal and state level is similar. We sometimes word it differently just because of, you know, the different, the feds are, you know, when we talk to our federal legislators, we're looking at, more broadly at the surface transportation reauthorization bills and focused a lot on funding and how the federal dollars are doled out. But at the state level, we can focus a little more closely on things like safety, economic development. Yeah. So it's a slightly different focus.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and, thank you.
This is what we said, yeah. Only thing we could do to help.
Okay.
Well, good morning. We're right at the moment, we are 3 people short of a quorum, but if it's okay with you guys to be respectful of your time, we go ahead and start. And if there's anything requiring a vote, we'll hopefully, oh, wait, we might be down to 2 more. Okay. So with that, if I could call us to order. Let us take a moment and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of our country. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meetings law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels a need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests, from the public, and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the gray button on top of them. They are on, and the light is blue. And since we do not yet have a quorum, we will not be engaging our meeting minutes. And we have a few of them. Brenda, do we have anyone signed in for public comments today? We do not have anyone signed in for public comments. All right. Did Grace have a executive director's report for you?
She did not. She just wanted to thank you all for being here and send her regrets. She's currently at the Association of Metropolitan Planning Organization conference this week. So I'm Liz Barlick, Associate Director of Executive Affairs, just filling the chair for her today. So again, thank you all for being here.
Very good. Thank you. So moving on to action items. Number 5A, draft performance measures. Ronnie, I believe you have that.
Good afternoon, board members. For the record, Ronnie Blackshear with NOACA staff. I see that we don't have a quorum, but what I'll do is kind of review what the draft performance measures presentation is all about. There would be, if we do get a quorum before the end of the meeting, the action is to was going to review and also approve the performance measures that we've been compiling for the past several meetings and discussing those. And there's no previous action. So background to the performance measures, they will gauge economic growth and assist in implementing and maintaining our comprehensive economic development strategy, or the CEDS. The way the performance measures were developed over the course of the several prior meetings, in your packet, you received a performance measures matrix, and I wanted to kind of go over each of those to kind of give you an idea as to what we've actually discussed and put together, and based on the information and input that we received from some of the board members, committee members, and hopefully at the end, if we do get a quorum, we can actually vote and say that these are the ones that we're going to kind of pursue as far as looking at implementing and maintaining our sets. For the first part of the performance measures, the matrix itself, they were categorized in different categories. First one is we can consider the U.S. state and regional type of performance measures. This is the point in time benchmarks for national, regional, state data, and link down to the regional and county level. The next category is the core performance measures, which allow stakeholders to become more informed about the economy, what drives its income and prosperity. And the third category is the regionally unique performance measures, and these are based on our 17 key topic areas that was identified in the CEDS. That's based on the review of the existing plans, statistical data, stakeholder input, and our SWOT, which is the strengths, weakness, opportunities, and threat analysis. Under the U.S. state and regional, we have to look at us being measured against not only our region, but we want to do it on a national level because we're looking at competing for grants at the national level. As far as population, we have we can get population, whether it's by ethnicity, age, work-related population, things of that nature. The areas that we can possibly get that in our region, at NOACA is the region. We're looking at Northeast Ohio, the American Community Survey, and also Cleveland State University has that information. We can get various levels, and we can apply it not only at the national level, but we can also go down to the county level. for our, or even lower in certain areas. For the state of Ohio, that's where we can also get our state population data and kind of compare that as far as what we do as a region to the national level. Also, that's the American Community Survey. And at the end of the performance measures, those acronyms are actually spelled out to tell you the data sources, our definitions, and also the performance measures that, we're looking at. So for population, the American Community Survey and also Cleveland State University has been compiling this information. We can get it from them. Are there any questions with regards to the population? And we have, like I said, we can get it at different levels. Those are just examples of what I mentioned before as far as work-related population, ethnicity, things of that nature. Okay. Moving on to the separate category was the core area. Under this category, subcategory, we also had a subcategory of wealth creation and also economic measures. As far as wealth creation, we have median household income and per capita income. That information we can get under the American Community Survey, which is published. I think it's every 5 years, but they also do it on an annual basis. And plus, of course, we can utilize the census information, which is American Community Survey as a part of the Census Bureau. Any questions on that or any thoughts? Okay. As far as economic measures, and the things that are in red are the newest information that we've had since our last survey. I'm sorry, since our last meeting. As far as capital investment, one of the board committee members mentioned that as a measurement that we can look at. T-NEO is a choice that source that could possibly be that where that information could come from. That if there's other sources, we can also mention that, or if that's the incorrect source of getting that information, please let us know. And one thing I would like to tell you guys is that we are, as a staff, we are just the facilitators and overseers of the SEDS. You as a board are the ones who are putting this into action and making it work. So, like I said, the first one, anything that's in red is the newest information that we have since our last meeting. Another measure could be EDA funded projects, which NOACA actually keeps track of that, and you as stakeholders may have that information. To my knowledge, I believe there's probably about over the last 10 or 15 years, we've had about 15 or more different awards that we've had, and we can utilize that information as far as keeping track of it. New businesses, startup licenses, T-NEO may be a source for that information. Non-EDA funded projects, things that we do like our EV charging stations. We had a major project grant award for that, and it's part of economic development. Transportation is one of those issues, one of those subjects that we've identified in our key topic areas. So those it doesn't necessarily have to, grant has to come from EDA, but we can show that as being progress of things that we've made. And once we get our performance measures in place, we can start to track those on a level that when we do report to the EDA as far as what we need to do. And as I get to the point of talking about at the end, I'll kind of give you an update of our EDD update or Economic Development District designation application update. One of the things that has come to mind for us is that at this point, until we become a designated district, we do not have to do an annual report. That is something that we'll do, but we are acting as if we have that designation, and we need to do that as we move forward, because as we compile that information, and once that does come into light, we'll be ready to move forward, in preparing our annual report. And of course, every 5 years, the SEDS has to be updated. A major SEDS update has to be done every 5 years. Another economic measure is the percent of GDP spent on research and development. T-NEO has been a source that's been identified for that. Private investment dollars, we have Jumpstart. T-NEO could be possible sources for that. And public investment dollars is pretty much all of our stakeholders that sit on the board, and those who we have contact with can also provide us with information on that. are there any questions regarding this or any directions as far as possible other sources or maybe the sources that are given? We need to kind of make revisions on that.
First of all, my name's Emily Pachetti, and I'm sorry, I have missed a lot of the meetings this year because I've had conflicts. So if we need to take this offline, I would, if I could, I don't know if this is the appropriate forum, but I would love to see, like, I have some questions about like where employment or income or labor force participation, how we're thinking about that, because in our conversations, gosh, more than a year ago, I know those were part of the conversation. I just don't know where they fit in here. So that's one question. And then the other one is trying to understand how NOACA's their SEDS measurement matches up to some of the other indicator efforts that are going on in the region right now, and just trying to place like process in terms of process, how we're thinking about aligning those different metrics, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, the organization you're with, I can't read it from here.
The Federal Reserve Bank of Cleveland.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, one of the things that as far as the performance measures, as we've been looking at these are the ones that we, at some point, we have to, once we get our SEDS and once we become a district, every year, every 5 years, the SEDS has to be updated. A major update has to occur. What we have to show is, are we moving based on what our goals and objectives are in the SEDS? And I'll get to that. That's another one of our presentations when I go into the SEDS education to kind of give it an idea as to how everything comes into play. One of the things that didn't occur when the SEDS was put together, and I wasn't here at the time, but there was a lot of things that we had. We have those 17 key topic areas that I've kind of identified. If you go back into and look at the historical meeting information, nothing was done as far as trying to prioritize that. And that was my understanding. That was not the one of the main topics or main thrusts when the SEDS was being developed. But we know at the time that as we move forward and we become a district, we have to start prioritizing that. And this is a part of these performance measures based on what the region is doing. We need to tie that into what we're doing. And a lot of the things that when I was looking at data, I was looking toward the EDA as far as applying for grants and all. Come to find out, as I began to talk to some of our members here, a lot of the data that we are looking at, we already have. We just have to put it into a way that we track this information. And once we are settled on our performance measures, we can do just that. We can sit down and as you start to populate that information, we can start putting it together and also satisfy what we're saying that we're going to do in our SEDS, that 150-page document that was developed and approved last year.
Thank you. So just if we were needing like the most updated comprehensive list of indicators we're going to be tracking, is that able to, are you going to go over that?
No, well, as far as the most able, that's something that what we're doing. We have to show that we have these particular performance measures that we're looking at that will satisfy our SEDS. The SEDS has a way of saying that you're saying that you're growing as a region. What are your strengths and what are your weaknesses? When we start to apply for these grants, what we've been doing over the last 10 or 15 years, even when you apply for those grants, you still have to show some kind of measurement of what you're doing with those dollars. That's what's being tied into the SEDS. All of that is going to go into what we've been doing over the past 10 or 15 years. We have to have a starting point, and we're looking at working with one of the stakeholders is Cleveland State University. They have a lot of the data. We may be looking at going back another 10 years or so, Molly, I believe, somewhere in that range to begin to show the measurements and show what we've done to the point of where we're at now. And as we continue to, once we become a district, we are open to the possibilities of obtaining additional funds from the EDA as far as planning dollars, some of the things, some of the programs that I've actually sent out to the members. If you notice some of the grant applications, the the Jobs Act, I believe it's called, the Good Job Start Act, I believe. Those grants are actually out there for our region to start applying for those. And those are the type of things that we need to, once we are awarded those grants and start to develop what we're doing and what you're actually doing, then we'll be able to show that information in our SEDS as we move forward and track that information to show that we are moving forward as a region. That will also give us the opportunity to obtain additional dollars from EDA and even some of the other things like what I mentioned earlier, where we did the electric vehicles charging stations, things of that nature, where we've actually got it. We've actually won a big contract. Well, actually, the region did with regards to climate actions when we got that major $129 million grant for the region. That's those type of things are the ones that we're looking at. Resilience is a part of what the SEDS mentions, and that's a part of the resilience. So all the stuff that we're doing, we just have to make sure that we can utilize that information as we answer those questions about the SEDS. And I'll get into a little bit more of that once we go over this information, but we're trying to get to a point where you guys are comfortable with what you've been giving us, or telling me over the past few meetings. Are these the performance measures that will give us that type of data that we need to move forward and show us that we're growing as a region?
So I think one of the ways to think about this is that it's not at the variable level yet of each one of those, right? Of what we're going to pull out population data for ACS, right? Every variable isn't represented in this list yet, and we're still thinking through that in the process collectively. It's, I think, also in part based off of examining what other economic development districts report to EDA. And so what other performance measures districts supply, and then thinking across all of the stakeholders, incorporating information or data that can be utilized, right? Not just CSU doing all of these for the group, but all of the stakeholders contributing measures to this activity.
A lot of information, so we're still trying to compile and put it into a form of where it works with.
Ronnie,
Sorry.
excuse me. Just want to make sure too, when you do talk about capital investment, Team Neo, I think only captures those projects they work with. So it may be valuable to reach out to the local economic developments agencies within each county, because we have a lot of projects that don't go through Team Neo.
Yep.
So if you want to collect more accurate data on that.
Exactly. And when we started this process, if you recall back at our December meeting of last year, I was reaching out to the stakeholders to try to get additional information. Some replied to us and some didn't. So as we get this information, we can get more, more accurate findings of where the sources are. And you're correct. I kind of figured that we have to start with something. And if we are reaching out, and what we'll do as a staff is that once we go through this, and hopefully we'll get a quorum, it doesn't seem like we may have it for this, but we need to, I'll kind of reach out again for like a final version to say that these are what we're going to need as far as getting these performance measures. Now, the performance measures itself, I think we can, even if we had a quorum today, we can agree upon. The sources are always fluid. We can always look for that information, but if we're okay with what we're measuring, and some of the, like the capital investment is something that one of the members, and I can't recall which member said that at our last meeting in June, had put that into play, and that's why it's on the list. So we want to be able to try to get that information for, from the proper sources, not just partial information.
Thank you, Ronnie. Anything else to add to that? Okay.
And if you recall in the SEDS, and that's another thing too, is that one of the topics that I have kind of mulled over and even discussed with internal staff is that the SEDS is a major document. It's a big document. There's a lot of information in there. And one of the things that I would like to see possibly at some point on and you'll see it on the next topic discussion is SEDS education to kind of get you guys up to par as to what's happening and what it entails and what it means and how it can be utilized for us as a region in order to obtain those dollars. Those are really big dollars when we become a district and move forward. And one of the things I did, this next slide is going back in time, is that being that we had so much information, we didn't prioritize anything when the SEDS was put together. We knew that there was something that needed to be done. I identified 7 topic areas with which the subcommittee members, you guys agreed that it was a good starting point. Not saying that the other 10 doesn't come into play, because a lot of these topics kind of overlap in certain areas. So access to broadband, education, healthcare, housing, innovation, entrepreneurship, manufacturing, and workforce development were the ones that were identified. One of the things that I tried to do or look for is to how other SEDS have been put together and how they've kind of tracked information. And a lot of SEDS across the country have identified what they call economic development clusters. That was something that I presented to the EDA as far as trying to get a grant, as far as a planning grant in order to identify the type of clusters that we have. We have, my understanding, we have healthcare majors here, manufacturing majors, although it's coming back. Innovation and entrepreneurship is big. Education, of course, we have that. Workforce development is another one that kind of plays into all of this. So in looking at this information and talking with some of the stakeholders, in particular Cleveland State, a lot of this information we do have, we can start to kind of formulate this and put it into clusters and identify those areas or those regions. And those could be our ways of tracking those clusters, performance measures of those, and measuring them not only with the regions, but also on a national level. And as we move forward and participating in trying to get secure those grant funds for our region. Getting to that third subcategory of the performance measures that I mentioned there earlier is the regionally unique performance measures, which is our key topic areas. And as far as access to broadband, Cleveland State University can provide information, and also the American Community Survey, internet subscription per 1,000. End user adoption, we can get that from possibly the Federal Communication, and Cleveland State University also has been identified to providing a source for that information. That's a key. Access to broadband is a key to economic development and economic growth. And we have that information. I've seen other, even the FCC data that I've noticed that we can actually identify that. And once we get these performance measures and identify the clusters that the group wants to pursue, then we can start to utilize many of these performance measures in order to measure how advanced or how we're comparing as far as our movement on a yearly basis, how we're comparing with other peer groups in our region and also on a national level, especially and you can also utilize this data. And that's another thing too, is that the data that's being compiled by the SEDS, as you as stakeholders begin to pursue those dollars from EDA or other sources, you can utilize that information in order to, because you're going to have to provide that kind of information in your grant applications. As far as education, one of the things that we can look at is employment, postgraduate rate. Cleveland State University is a good source for that. Graduation rate, we can look at the Ohio Department of Health. That was one of the new sources that came about, of course, Cleveland State University. High school career exposure, Greater Cleveland Partnership is a possible source for that. There may be others that you know that you can identify. International student rate, that came up at one of our previous meetings, and that was been added. CSU and other institutions, other educational institutions can possibly provide that information for us. Internship, apprenticeships, Greater Cleveland Partnerships, the post-secondary training. Also, we can probably get that from GCP if there's other sources that you can identify those for us. As far as healthcare, we had some other information that was there before, and speaking with some of our stakeholders, the information that's being provided here, it's all fairly new. But it's some of the information that I think we can utilize as far as our healthcare industry. We are looking at that as a cluster and how we are performing. Available beds, the hospital capacity. There hasn't been a source identified for that yet. And if you know of any sources, you can direct us to that. Please provide that information. Deaths of despair. Cleveland State University said that we can get that type of information. Healthcare patents. That's something that's the region I'm sure that we are very involved with. I think I read an article in our in Cranes that indicated how I think the Cleveland Clinic is one of the top healthcare facilities as far as I believe it's cardiovascular. There was a couple of other heart-related type of surgeries and things of that nature. But this area is really big in that we have Metro Health, we have the other Advent things of that nature. Those are all here. Infant mortality population, that information will be, I think, will be important for us to kind of track as far as when we begin to look at our economically distressed areas. And that's one thing that the SEDS does is that it focuses a lot on our economically distressed areas and how we are trying to improve those. Life expectancy baseline for the region, we can, put together that, get that information. Cleveland State, the source for that. And percent employment in healthcare. What of our students, going back to the educational part, we may be seeing an uptick in healthcare graduates, those type of things we have to look at. If that's the case, if that's one of the clusters that we're following, then we can actually provide information for that. And even if we don't particularly say a certain cluster, but we can still gather that information and put it into the other categories, which may become a cluster in of its time. And we'll have that information available for us or for our stakeholders to utilize when they go for, apply for any grants. Are there any questions on this information?
Can you please be on microphone? Thank you.
The Center for Health Affairs, they used to be over in Playhouse Square area off of Euclid Ave. They might have available beds and hospital capacity information. The nonprofit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Should I assume that for something like education, sorry, can you hear me?
Barely.
Sorry, should I assume for topics like education that you will do breakdowns by race, age, gender? Because some of those top line aggregate statistics about graduation rates are really don't necessarily capture the native population of our cities.
Yeah, going back to that initial one when I was going over the at the higher level of population where I mentioned about breakdown of employment rate, ethnicity, those are the type of things. It kind of ties into a lot of this, but we're kind of getting specific on certain things where we can actually start to identify the type of individuals or the groups that we need to kind of address. So yes, we can have those breakdowns, and that's what we're looking at.
Yeah, so just related to that, and I'm not, this is not my area of expertise, but I know other people are pretty passionate about it in the region, and that is like early literacy, third grade reading levels. So although this is super important to capture for aggregate economic statistics, we also need to think about our future workforce. So if we want to have at least one measure that gets at our future workforce, I think that would be really important to make an argument about our capacity to lead in 20 years. Or 10.
Well said. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I'm just glad she's here today. See what we missed of all those other meetings? We got to rearrange things. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Ronnie.
Continuing with our topic areas that we picked out, housing is, something that's big here. affordability and home ownership, things of that nature we'll be looking at. OHFA and CSU could are possible sources for that. Residential permits issued. Want to know affordable housing, people, especially our young individuals are, looking to want to afford houses in the future, things of that nature we can kind of track with different stakeholders. As far as innovation entrepreneurship, Greater Cleveland Partnership and also CSU as a possible sources for that. Business expansions, innovation and research and development, GCP, Jumpstart, CSU are sources. If there's any others, you're welcome to email me with the information. Small and medium enterprises, growth of those, GCP, Jumpstart, CSU are also good sources for that information. And as we get this information, we'll kind of look at it and kind of maybe even source it out to, if it's like one of the things that you mentioned, Ms. Passetti, earlier about certain types of groups for those type of functions, we can, once we address that and get that information, we can do a lot of cross correlation and provide that information to satisfy a lot of things and identify those sources, especially in our economically distressed areas, to show if there's a real growth in those areas and what we possibly would need in those areas. As far as manufacturing, manufacturing productivity, value-added manufacturing, Team NEO is a possible source for that. And manufacturing, of course, the clusters could be in automotive, it can be aerospace, things of that nature. We can go down to those levels to look at what we need to look at as far as clusters. I believe Arizona is starting to kind of ramp up a little bit, and that may be an opportunity to look at that possible cluster in the future. Are there any questions on any of these?
Anything to add to that, but that seems to be a good opportunity to add anything. Anybody got anything to add to that? Excellent.
I'm sorry, I didn't. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Next category is workforce development. Some of the performance measures we look at with regards to this particular topic area is average job and wage growth, employable population, that's our 16 to 64 years of age, employment population rate. CSU are possible sources for that. One of the items that was added at one of our previous meetings was gap talent available or needed. Don't have a source for that yet. So if there's anything that any of the members would like to look at or respond to, we can, please feel free to provide that information.
Yeah, I'll just say, Team NEO produces the Aligning Opportunities Report that I think would get at part of this. And if not, there's also a tool, we just updated the data. It's called the Occupational Mobility Explorer tool. I can send you all, I have a lot of other comments too, hopefully helpful, but I'm happy to send you these after the connection. And misaligned opportunities. Yeah, they call it something different every year, I think. I'll just, there's a couple other sources for some of the other categories too that might be helpful with small business credit access, which I know is hard to get at, and home lending trends by race and income. And we can get those at the local level and national.
Yeah, I would appreciate it. As I'm trying to write it down fast, if you guys can send it to me, we'll definitely get that information. So.
Yes, I think you also definitely need to check with Ohio Means Jobs, because each county is going to be different on that, and they should have the breakdown of each county. Check with the state or check with each county. I know they each have their own representatives.
Thank you. Other measures or could be job growth in identified clusters. Once we identify those clusters, Team NEO jobs created and or retained. That's another team neo could be a source of that. Labor force participation rate, CSU is a possible source. Now, the next two, H9, new average wage jobs, and also new high wage jobs. What you see that's highlighted is haven't come up with a figure of if we are looking at the average wage jobs, we need to have a baseline on that as far as trying to have a measure of that particular figure as we compare to other regions. And like I said, I've seen some of the other regions and what they kind of offered. And so we can, possibly. So we can possibly get information from that. The next one is unemployment rate. A possible source of that is CSU too. Any questions?
I don't have any question, but in going back to some of your finer points on some of these is I think in the language we're using right now, we have to make a distinction between like source and who is an access point for it, right? So these aren't data source, like pointing CSU isn't the data source. It's where that we can be an access point or who's currently using the data. And a lot of people are, right? So that's not source of data, but thinking about working with some of these and getting down to where Emily is going at the kind of variable level. We also have to think about the frequency with which the data we're looking at is updated and available, and making sure that that's aligned across this, because I don't think we want to be reporting in a very sort of scattershot way with, one is updated every 5 years, one is annually. And I think we need to also think about these at what geography we can get some of these and the consistency with which we report out across the region for these. So some of these measures may change if we want to make sure that we're able to report everything out at maybe the census tract across region, or is it just at the county level? And I don't think we've been in those discussions to figure out exactly at what geography we'll be reporting out, but that's something we need to consider as we're talking about these measures.
I will just add, Team Neo uses a data tool that pretty much gets all of these items. So it might be an easy one-stop shop for workforce data to contact their research department, because I know I've contacted on behalf of manufacturing companies in our area of average job and wages and growth, and they can compare down to the city level, county and outward, so they can kind of grab all that data and compare it.
And I've reached out to a lot of our stakeholders, members of the board, and even the ones that are not on members of our committee, and even the ones that are not. I've gotten some information, and I haven't, sometimes I haven't gotten anything. So that's something I'll kind of continue to press to get that information.
On a positive note, it's a timely conversation. So there's two metrics. I know this is not everybody here is not a data expert. There are two subcommittees that are meeting right now, convened by Team Neo and a related consultant. One around small business growth, I believe, and lending, just business growth generally, perhaps. And then another one around workforce. And those are specific to metrics. So just what you're talking about, how frequently, at what geography, how do we do it across the region, not just for Cleveland or not just for Cuyahoga County. So it would be really, I think, helpful to plug into those groups and just to the extent possible align on what we're trying to measure, how often, and just make sure we get the data right. So we don't have a bunch of different groups measuring kind of different things.
Yeah, and if you look at our stakeholder membership, Team Neo is a part of that. So one of the things that I've found in the area is that there are a lot of things that are going on separately. What we have to realize, and we have to show, as far as it says, is that we're operating as a region, not just in silos. And that's something that I think that's going to have to continue to be stressed to the members and all. So
If I can be helpful in any way, I will.
appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Are there any other questions on this one? Appreciate it. Of course, these are just the definitions, GDP, manufacturing productivity, value added manufacturing, capital investment, things of that nature, and also our data sources. And of course, there was no financial impact for this item, and we would have determined performance measures will assess our region as far as performance and determine if our objectives of the SEDS is being met. And of course, this was an action item, but we can't vote on it. But hopefully, we'll be able to get a quorum soon. Just to stress, this will be our third meeting that we haven't had a quorum, so we need to get to the point where we are. These are the type of things that could affect our designation as they see things of that nature. Just I'll get into it a little bit more, but some of the other regions that have actually gotten their ADD designation, I think Morpsey in the Columbus area, it took them about 6 months. SimCog in Michigan took 11 years. So I think I'll talk about our EDD as far as the status of what we're doing. We're hopefully on track to get it before the end of the year, which would be great for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. So you can incorporate the suggestions you heard here today and get that draft tweaked a little bit, and hopefully we can adopt it accordingly. I said the draft. You heard some suggestions here today. Do you think you can incorporate some of those into the draft?
Yes, I'll put that information in and kind of give once I think our next meeting is in December, so hopefully we'll have a quorum at that point, and we can have a little bit more as far as direction, as far as not only performance measures, but even possibly work with CSU and some of the other partners as far as identifying those clusters that we can kind of narrow the things down and actually point to those that we can start to track.
And this does raise an interesting question. If there's an opportunity for a special meeting, is there an appetite for that if we can get a quorum? Because we are getting a little behind on things, and this, I'm going to be a little bit more direct. Ronnie's right, but this is serious. That $129 million grant, we are competing on a national level now. We're at the big people's table. We really need to encourage our colleagues on this to actually show up. And NOAC is getting beat up an awful lot because they're accused of everything from being radical right wing to radical left wing. And if this doesn't prove that we can actually get it done and do the right thing, I don't know what more people want. So if we can maybe reach out to our colleagues and say, hey, you really either need to show up or send your alternates or suggest a replacement. This is serious stuff. We were in the top 25 in the nation. Looking around this room, I'm proud each and every one of you is here. I'm sure there's very good reasons why other people are not, but they have alternates, and they also have the ability to do a one-time alternate. This is serious stuff. So I just want to get that into the conversation. Ronnie, I thought I'd take it just a little bit farther. You opened the door, I just drove the truck through. So if there's nothing further on action item number 5, we'll move on to
one thing though.
Oh, yes, yes,
yeah,
please.
Commissioner. I just want to agree with you on that. So here. Can I ride in the passenger seat? There you go.
Amen, brother. You just called shotgun, so we're good. All right, so item number 6, presentation discussion items. Item A, future action. There are none at this time. But item B, information. I, SEDS education. Back to Ronnie.
And for the record, Ronnie Blacksuit with NOAC staff. There's no action required for this. This is just for presentation and discussion. As far as an action plan, I mentioned that earlier, is that at some point we need to get to the point where we are prioritizing the type of things that we need to address with regards to our SEDS and moving forward in the maintenance and implementation of that SEDS. And the key to an effective and a successful SEDS, the items involve stakeholders. That's one of the things that we need to do. That's something that we hope to improve upon, not only at our next meeting, but in meetings and as far as information gathering, things of that nature. And that's those are effective, which are the ones that are here at the as our members, and also those who help ensure success. So not only once we start to see obtaining grants in the area and, getting things like our charging stations and our climate change, the $129 million grant that the region got, those things not only help those who actually applied for it, but it also helps our region. As far as prioritized activities, that's the thing that I mentioned. And that's why we're beginning with the 7 key topic areas. Of course, like I said, that's just the beginning. If there's discussion in it starts to move in a different direction with regards to the other 10 or so, or starts to form or combine those, we'll get to that point where we'll have a better understanding as to how to move forward. Identify responsibilities. This is the implementation and establishing timelines. This is the data gathering. As Molly had mentioned earlier, there's data that's out there from other organizations. We need to get that in. We need to see how they're tracking it. Is it yearly? Is it, at what level? We need to make sure that that information is done. Like I said, staff is just the overseer and the facilitator of the sets and try to get everything in order. But you guys are the ones who are actually getting it, doing the groundwork, and we'll take that information and utilize it, and hopefully we'll obtain more grants and make our region a better place. Consider resources. Of course, we understand there's limited dollars, whether it's on a local, state, or a federal level, but we want to make the best use of those limited resources. And also we want to consider the impacts, and this is where the performance measures come into play. This is the reason why we're going to hope to establish those performance measures to utilize that. Not saying that we're going to be doing all of them at the same time, but we're going to take a lot of the information that we do get and utilize that and get it to the point where we can actually apply it to our sets and show that we are successfully maintaining it and also implementing it. And of course, I mentioned those 17 key topic areas. Of course, we went over that earlier. Again, those ones that are highlighted in red are our 7 areas. Now, this information I actually got, and it's actually in our sets. It's probably hard to read, but these are the potential players and the outcomes and the strategies that we need to use. These are the things that we have to, if we're going to address certain areas, this is what our sets say we're going to address. It points at performance measures. It points at other aspects. It points at those areas that are economically distressed, but it's data driven in a lot of sources. And so once we actually get to the point where we've prioritized those things, if they are the 7 topic areas, or probably, 1 or 2 of those, or maybe even some of the other ones, we'll know exactly where we need to go as far as discussing and our discussions, and also how we need to show that we are implementing what we say. And these are documents that are in the sets. Each of those 17 key topic areas are listed as a chart that you see on your screen. And there's the other ones there. So, like I said, there's no financial impact with this agenda item, and trying to educate. I think every meeting it would be good to kind of educate the not only on your own individual readings, but if there are questions that we can also discuss at our meeting as far as the SEDS itself. But I'm still getting myself acclimated and educated on the SEDS itself to try to make it so that I get the input from you guys to provide, direction for us to look at and the way you want to go and see our region grow. And the next steps is to be used as an educational guide, I said, to understand the regional economy and to take action and improve upon it. No action is required, and this is where for a presentation and discussion. At this point, I'll open for any discussions
Ron, if I could just kick it off, the importance of this SEDS. Lake County's own Lakeland Community College received a $4.2 million grant that they were historically not even eligible to apply for. But because this body took this initiative, put the SEDS in place, it made them eligible. They received it. It's going to their engineering building. They're doing an expansion and remodel. So there's real opportunities here. And we do need to educate our communities that because of this, that are opportunities that we are now eligible for, that we historically were blocked out of. And again, I'm not trying to make light of this. We really are now competing on a national level. And now's the time to step up and just, again, knowledge is power. And if we know the rules, we can get our fair share of the action. So I just wanted to throw that into the conversation. It's just one practical example. Anyone else? Well, if nothing else, I was happy to see a few heads nodding on that. So thank you for that positive feedback. Ron, as always, thank you. So, nothing else there. Item 7, reports and updates. Item A, EDD update. And again, Ron,
Yes.
you've got the floor.
I kind of touched upon this earlier. Our application went to the Economic Development Administration, EDA, in January. We applied. They also they have been short-staffed in the sense that they are still reviewing it. I guess the good thing about it is that we haven't had any requests for additional information. One of the things that I noticed in our application itself is that we've pretty much answered every question that was necessary for them to make a determination on. And I just have a really good feeling that at some point, and hopefully even before our December meeting, that we'll have a positive response from them. And at that point, that's when we become, it will be for us to report every year as an annual update to the SEDS. And then, of course, every 5 years, regardless of being an ED district or not, we have to do a major update. Our next major update, I believe, is 2028. So thank you.
Excellent. Excellent. Anything else for Ronnie? Very good. Ronnie, thank you so very much. Moving on to item number 8, old business. Is there any old business to come before the board? Any old business? All right, moving on. New business. Is there any new business? I will say this, watch your emails. There'll be a doodle poll coming out for a special meeting. And we're going to be making phone calls to the members to encourage the member, their alternates, or a one-time alternate to attend. And ma'am, thank you. Your input was amazing today. So now, and you were very helpful. So thank you. Credit where credit is due. All right. So if there's nothing further, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. What? Oh, good heavens. There's no, the lawyer's reminding me there's no quorum. So just thank you for joining us today.